Hey yo, what's up, Mace? Yeah, we're fine. First again. Yeah, he's too good. Everyone else needs to pick up the pace a little bit. What up, Saberwind, Burnt Toast, Cold? Hello, Petite, Becca. Thank you for the good lucks. Hello, Judge. Alright, well, let's see. Got a warm-up in. But we shall see how this goes today. Almost 90% of the way to VIP. Dang. That is a lot of points. Well, thank you for the good luck, Kay. What's up, Maven, Brentis, Drewby? OLED is coming tomorrow. So tomorrow, I think there's not gonna be a stream because I'm gonna go pick up the OLED. And that's gonna be like a whole trip.
Quella è una tavoletta scelta. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo lungo.
So yeah, probably no stream tomorrow, but then after honestly, wait, I didn't actually read what that was, but it looked like a scam, so I'm just not gonna. Something about adding on Discord. If you weren't a scam, my bad. But it's also a suspicious way to enter. And Twitch even marked them as suspicious, so. But yeah, what up, YouTube chat? Thank you for the good lucks. Who is OLED? OLED is the type of screen. And, yeah, the Switch has an OLED version that you can buy. So I bought one about a year ago. And the idea was that it would help with load times being like a newer Switch than the Switch I'm using right now. Whether or not that's actually true, we'll see. But it can't have worse load times than the Switch I'm using right now. So yeah, the idea is that it kind of guarantees that I'm gonna have the fastest load times available. But I let my friend borrow it because I didn't really have a use for it while I wasn't running Breath of the Wild at 80%. So now I have to go get it back. Oh, hello, Ebisen. Did a little bit of Breath of the Wild 100%. Yo, GG's. It's quite the category. Doing any 100% speedrun is impressive. Oh, it's a penguin. Thank you, Kristen. Do you ever mess up the Amiibo part? And you use Amiibo cards or the actual figurines? So I use neither. I do have the cards, but I use this thing. It's an Amiibo emulator. So I can scan an infinite number of Amiibo because this device will randomize the ID of the Amiibo every time I scan it. So it's essentially the same as having a bunch of Amiibo figurines or cards. Yo, Amber, thank you for the prime. Appreciate that. Uh-oh, so am I. It's gonna be a race.
Ooh.
What if they gave you extra points for being like the first person to chat? Should I call up Twitch? Oh, but also to answer the other part of your question, I do mess this part up sometimes. Like scanning Amiibos, which is kind of dumb, but you know, it happens. Especially with this device, I don't even have to move the Amiibo like out of the way, really. So you'd think, like, how do you mess that up? I wonder if I should try and, like, figure out a way to comfortably keep the all Amiibo like on the scanner part of the Procon as I'm doing the other inputs. Because it kind of slips off, right? Because this is made of like smooth plastic, and so is the Procon shell, so it kind of slides around. So if I just put that on top of the controller, if I'm then trying to do inputs, it'll slide around. Yeah, that's gonna be fine. Like pretty easily. $50 points for the first chat of the stream would be hype, right? Wouldn't that be good? And then it incentivizes more people to like to try and open that notification earlier. Like legitimately, I could see that being a decent feature for them to add. In terms of like trying to boost audience metrics and whatnot. $57. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Also interesting. Oops. Ah. All right, that should have been a very solid entry time. 75, that is a lot of days. Especially, I don't stream every day. So it's like 75, well, in terms of days of the year. Dang. I am only a big child. Thank you for the 42 bits. Appreciate that. And hello. What up, Cornflake? Welcome in, Zach. Never sure if interesting is supposed to be 2 or... oops. Will not do this one, Bob. See. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I think I generally say... What do I normally say? At this point, I probably do say it interesting as, like, what, 3? People always type, like, inch resting in chat. And I don't know if that's actually everybody, and not just, like, Andre, but... Oh, no way, I hit the Boko? Wait, that's actually so cringe. I'm pretty sure I just bounced off the Boko. I don't think those guys are supposed to be loaded in by that point. Oh, okay. Oh no. Okay, whatever. 127. Yo, what up, Diesel? How's it going, Integral? Rip to bomb ski resets. So true. And it should also be cryo ski resets, but I've been not taking my time. I don't know. Something happened because I used to get that consistently without really paying attention. And then suddenly I can't do it anymore. Because yeah, I don't think I should have to necessarily be like watching out for what direction Link is facing when I'm setting Skew there. And yet I do. Yo, what's up, Megara? Yeah, I do usually hit that. It's just been like, I feel like this past week, maybe, I've been messing up a couple of things that I normally do really well. Yeah, like that clip. But, you know, it is what it is. I think I figured out the solution. I just need to actually do it, I guess. I heard you're never gonna mess it up ever again, even once. I should, like, I've thought about this, but I should write down when I have an issue and then I solve it, right? I figure out the solution. I should write that down, right? Keep some notes so that if in the future it ever happens again, I have the solution written down, or at least a solution. I can try that. Instead of having to, like, reinvent the wheel every time. It's like, oh, if I run into this problem, then maybe all I need to do is this one thing. A happy Thursday, Good Scatter. Although doxed, remember to always blame it on the boogie. Alright, we'll do. That's why I missed the the BLSS setup right there. Yeah, the French text is faster for any percent. That's why we use it. And the voice acting is in Italian, which is also because it's slightly faster. Okay, this might be fine, because I think generally a speed cap should only be 114. That's okay. What's up, Parker? Sure. Did not work. Oh. Oh yeah. That should be fine. Seconds to gold. Well, 8 seconds to PvP. Yes. A little bit more to gold, but yeah, with the entry time being at 114, that's like kind of okay. Also, the OLED is put in. probably do like a 23.5x is my guess. Maybe a 24, because I have expertly flubbed a couple of the flights. Okay, like it could be a 5x. Yeah, that was bad on my part. I was assuming we were gonna get a middle flaw right there. If this is instant light, I guess. Unfortunate. I thought this was gonna be like pretty easily a 23, and then I guess I wasn't expecting Blights to go that poorly. And honestly, Calamity also went badly, but that's alright. It's still a good warm-up. I'm getting a lot more confident about runs. Because I think before, yeah, I started to doubt, like, even if I got a good run up to Cryo, the ESC is just gonna fail. But now I kind of know what I should be doing. And so, it shouldn't fail on good pace, for the reason that like, I might fail it still, but, you know, it's not going to be for the reason that I've been failing recently. It'll just be like a timing issue. And being able to get through bombs more consistently is going to be huge. Is there any possible time save on Dark Beast Ganon? Not really. The time, okay, so the Dark Beast Ganon is like completely consistent, other than the load at the start. So when you load into this final fight, it takes a variable amount of time. And so if you get a faster load time into the, you know, Dark Beast fight, you save time. Otherwise, you might lose time. But the actual like shots themselves are very consistent. All right. Yeah, like that one, you know, it's a 233.05. My gold is a 230.7. And why did I lose, what, like 2.5 seconds? It's because the load time into the fight was like 2.5 seconds worse. Alright, well, a good warm-up. Thank you for the GGs. Give it up for day 15 indeed. Off to a decent start. It's not a 23, but it could have easily been a 23. And yeah, it's definitely like being able to get through bombs first try with a 345 is actually, that's a good sign. Hey, what's up, Nick? I'm feeling good, you know? There's also like, I did the stasis slide, I think it was a high 57 at the tree, so things are looking up for sure. Literally, because I want to say looking up has helped. My guess is that it reduces the number of like world loads on that slide, which I don't think is actually, like, you don't always need to look up, and it's like it varies how much that helps, I think, because you can certainly not look up and also get fast load times, but I don't know if it's like, you know, maybe it's more necessary on an older Switch.
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo lungo.
I inspired you to get a 26 on plat. Yo, GG. I hope the grind for it was fun, learning the run. Yo, what's up, Nugget? 45 is fine. We are still warming up. Why do ESCs sometimes fail even if you get the right frame? It could be that you got skew slightly incorrectly, or your like angle towards the wall is slightly off. I feel like it's kind of hard to tell, because a lot of the time, like, you know, it could look correct and then fail, and it's like hard to tell exactly what was off. Something that recently I've been paying more attention to is when you're setting skew, throw aim so that Link is facing a specific angle, right? So for cryo, I'm now throw aiming and trying to remember to line up the like the reticle with, there's a line at the bottom of the door. And I've been trying to do that with like Bomb's ESC as well. And I think that might be the key to like why my ESCs have been failing a lot more recently. Because I have not had trouble with it since then. But yeah, if you can see right there. There's like a little line where the door meets, since it's, you know, it opens from both sides. So I would try that. Like, make sure you're always facing that angle when you set up the skew. Because, yeah, I think if you're facing a different direction, even though you're shield jumping onto the same slope, it could have some impact on what skew you actually get. So if you keep more things consistent, then it's more likely to work. Hey, what's up, Kellen? Got a notification telling me to watch Roblox and added me the purple noob. Well, did you do it? Tony, are you a noob? Of the purple variety? I guess I can check. Absolutely not. Good. Good. Dude, Roblox is crazy. I wonder if I were growing up, right, like going through, I don't know, middle and high school right now, would all of my friends be playing Roblox? Well, okay. Essentially, when I was growing up, everyone was like playing League and Hearthstone, stuff like that. And I was just playing Super Smash Brothers. So, you know, I was still like left out of the popular gaming culture, but they were different games. Nowadays, everyone's playing Roblox. I want you and you, and then we go. Wow, that's interesting. I actually re-equipped on the frame where Link skewed, or like flicked back, so I didn't lose skew, despite ragdolling on the floor. Yo, Chironic, thank you for the 4-month resub. Appreciate that. Hello, potato fried chips. Yeah, the only Roblox I've seen is from watching like, okay, we're gonna eat. Yeah. I think if I had not landed the low, it would have worked. Yeah, I think the only Roblox I've seen is like, let's see. If some other content creator I watch, like Ludwig, or I think Doug also played Roblox for a video at some point. If they play Roblox, then I'll like watch it for a bit. But it's also like, this is gaming. This is what the kids are doing these days. Okay. See. Oh, thank you, Christorella. How much practice went into doing 2P1C? I feel like it's not as much as you might think. Unless you include all of the individual practice. But yeah, it's one of those things where because both people have already done a lot of Breath of the Wild speedrunning, we both know exactly what you're supposed to be doing at every point in the run, right? So you have like the individual muscle memory, and then it's kind of just learning which parts of the run you actually need to like really coordinate. And so one of the biggest things that we came up with was a way to pretty seamlessly coordinate when we're gonna wind bomb, or like when we're gonna jump for the wind bomb. Because yeah, timing wise, you just need to coordinate when you're gonna jump, and then the rest is pretty easy to do. So what we did was we figured out that with a weapon swing, if we just use the second swing of the spear as the cue for when I'm gonna hit jump, then, you know, Mikey knows when to drop the bomb and when to open up the quick menu. Because yeah, otherwise you'd be like, okay, when am I gonna jump? Do I count it off? And while I could, I feel like it's not quite as easy to be consistent with the count off compared to like a visual indication from the weapon swing. It also, you know, buffers the forward input as well. So that definitely helped. Yeah, otherwise, you know, we definitely did practice for like GDQ, but before that, I feel like it was always whenever we would meet up for some event like TwitchCon, we'd do a bit of TB1C. And like what at AGDQ, Onyx and Moist also tried TP1C out, and they got like sub 30 fairly quickly. I don't remember what time they got, but yeah, I think as long as both parties are already pretty familiar with Breath of the Wild speedrunning, it doesn't take too much. That should be fine, assuming I got the right skew. No, interesting. I wonder if that was a skew issue. I was a little bit lower down, but I think the throw aim ended up being the right angle, roughly. What are your thoughts on Majora's Mask? It's a good game. I played Majora's Mask 3D, or like the 3DS remake. So I didn't play the original. I'm trying to think. I enjoyed it. When I played through it, I think I was initially like kind of nervous about the whole timer. Like, oh no, I'm gonna run out of time, and like I have to keep on playing the the song to turn it back. But you know, I got over that pretty quickly. It's not like it's actually that big of a deal.
Svegliati.
And then the transformations are really cool. It's something that I feel like it'd be cool to see it come back in a different game. Right? Like,
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca.
the idea of
Ti
Breath of
guiderà
the
dopo
Wild,
il
but you can
risveglio
turn
dal
into a
tuo
Goron and roll around. Stuff like that. Or like swimming as a Zora in this world. That could be pretty cool. And it's like, that was the whole gimmick for Majora's Mask. But if they could bring it back in another mainline game, that would be neat. OG is your favorite. It's also got a really cool speedrun. Like, if you watch the non-ace, I guess it would be NMG, right? That run looks insane. Yo, what's up, Cell? Enjoy the controls for the OG better. Makes sense. Yeah, I played it on the I played it on the 3DS. I didn't play the N64 version, even though we had it.
Dirigiti al luogo segnato
Because,
sulla mappa della tua tavoletta
but I guess
sceicca.
my explanation, I think, is generally that I wasn't that much of a gamer back in the day. Or like a console gamer. I would play handheld, right? So the DS and 3DS, those were my jam. But if there was any, like, I don't know, game on the Wii or N64, GameCube. Dude, these world loads are tripping me up. They aren't supposed to happen that late. I'm getting like these little world loads. And so I'm trying to jump out of the slide. I should be facing a different direction maybe, so that I don't take damage from the pot. Yeah, like that slide would have been really good if I had just not gotten the world load right when I got it. But yeah, like I didn't play Wind Waker on the GameCube. I didn't play. Well, okay, that one. Yeah, I didn't play OOT and MM on the N64. I played it on the 3DS, and then I think after that, Wind Waker HD came out, and I was like, okay, well, I'm playing the Zelda games as they come out, for like the remakes. So I ended up playing Wind Waker on the Wii U, which I think the Wii U version, like HD, is really good at solving some of the issues with SD. I didn't play SD, but from what I've heard, like having the Swift Sail, and then I think simplifying the hunt for the Triforce, they definitely
Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
made it a better casual experience. Yo, what's up, game dev? Oh, you know what was interesting? So today, before stream, I went and dropped my brother off at the train station, because he had come down to visit for a couple days. And so I passed by, you know, a bunch of the schools at not, you know, the end of school, so there wasn't a ton of traffic.
Link,
But, you know, I was seeing people who
dirigiti al
presumably
luogo
had like
segnato sulla
sports or
mappa
something.
della tua tavoletta
Like I
scelta.
saw some cross-country people running. Actually, cross-country season isn't that earlier in the year? So maybe they were track. But yeah, some kids running. I was like, thinking about it. You know, not everyone did sports. So if I, like, and sports take up so much time. Just thinking back, like, what if I had not done sports? How much extra time would that have been? Should be fine. And I did it because it was fun. But yeah. It was just always there, you know? I was like always staying after school. Just like a couple extra hours. Good evening, Blinky. How's it going, Felix? Oh, thank you, Nailer. You did drama. I don't think I really joined any clubs. I was doing like what, sports, and then occasionally, I guess, orchestra. You'd have to stay later for like a concert. Hey, what's up, Weston? You wrestled through high school? Yeah. It's like, it was fun. It was a good time. Nowadays, I don't do nearly as much as I should in terms of exercise. I have a friend who literally did nothing school activity related, just goes home and chills. I was like thinking about it. What if I just did that? You know, I would have so much more time. Okay, that was lame. Lame like that carp, am I right? Whatever. Because, okay, the reason I think I object to that, like, I was standing right next to the treasure chest, so it's like, yeah, sure, I opened it. But not only was I being, you know, careful to not pick up or open the treasure chest, and I was trying to, like, nudge my way around to get the carp, but it also, after I started opening the chest, it popped up the, like, the carp's text box again. So it's like, it was just a split second. When I pressed A, that's when the game decided, okay, you're in range for the chest. Well, whatever. My kids seem doomed to be theater kids like their mom. Whoa, doomed. I guess it was their fate. I kind of wonder, because like if I had, I didn't die? All right, I mean, I'll take it. Not theater kids. Oh boy. Yo, what's up, Anomathy? Okay, well. It is what it is. It really is, right? It just, you can't really do anything about it. Things happen the way they do. Whether we succeed or fail, life goes on. Dang, I got like flung way far left right there. That was unfortunate. It could have worked out too if I had just steered a little bit better. I think it could have been a fine slide. Is the chest also full of fish? No, unfortunately. If it was, then there's a chance that it could be okay. But because the chest has like nothing useful in it, it's always like a, let's see, opening a chest takes about 5 seconds. And then if you factor in having to get rid of the item, or like the new item text box that you, well, okay, I guess the new item text box always shows up. But yeah, you have to get rid of the item at some point. So it's probably like losing 6 seconds, guaranteed, if you open up that chest. Especially since, technically, the chest has a couple of things that could be useful, in theory. Well, maybe not in theory, but a couple of things that aren't a total waste, right? If you get a Traveler's Sword, that doesn't help with anything, right? It just takes up a spot in your inventory, which is already, like, kind of accounted for. And if you have an extra item in your inventory, then you actually lose time later. Where if you got arrows from the chest, then it's like, okay, well, you do need 5 extra arrows after plat. So you could, I guess, use those as your extra arrows. But all of our arrows are, like, guaranteed. So the 5 arrows that you need after plat are already accounted for. And not only that, but they're, like, normal arrows. So you don't get a text box when you open or pick them up. So it's like it's a total just loss if you pick up a chest. And then sometimes it gives you clothing, which is even worse because it's like it just adds an extra tab to your inventory. Although if I do ever pick up clothing, I put it on just for fun. A bit of whimsy. Hey, what's up, Crad? Any good runs tonight? Not yet. But I'm feeling good. And yeah, I haven't been running for that long
Link,
tonight, so
Link,
I believe we'll get some good ones.
dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
Nice. T27. I bled into my mouthpiece from playing so much? Oh no. Don't do that. That's my recommendation. Okay, I'll continue this. Will I? Yeah, that's right. It's good to not get stuck in the early game as much. And it was a good entry, so it shouldn't be too bad. Yo, what up? Mrs. Poutine. Hello, Vivi. Thank you for the good luck. Yeah. Why not compare to my PB anymore? Because my PB will be ahead like every single time. If I was better at the game, I would compare to my PB. But, I'd rather not see a mountain of red. It's just nicer when things are green occasionally. And yeah, if a run is good, I'll compare to PB, but I don't think it's good for my mental if I'm plus 30 every run. Yo, what's up, solo gamer? Thank you, Pootsby, Zeruin, hi Sol. The runs have been... Oh. They've been okay. I think they will go better now. I've made a couple of adjustments that seem to be working out. No damage, yeah. The fall damage calculations are a mystery. Basically, right there, what I'm assuming happens is you hit the, like, pillar above the monk, and it resets Link's, like, last grounded coordinates. So it then calculates fall damage based on the distance from that pillar to where you land, which normally doesn't happen, but like depending on how you hit the pillar, it can. So it's just we got kind of lucky. And technically, I don't even lose time for that. You would think like, oh, you did some extra menuing to eat. That was a 57. I got like 0 world lives. But it actually doesn't even lose you time for the menuing. How did I get a Y press in there? Yeah, you don't even lose time for the menuing because there's normally like a second that the game will heal you, right? So like at the end of a shrine, if you have taken any damage, on completion, the monk will heal you to full hearts. And that actually takes time. So I think it's about 1 second. So if you're at full hearts at the end of the shrine, then you save a second on the next split. Oh, that's why I got a 57. Okay, well, sure, whatever. It would have been a 58 either way, which is good. I think that was gonna work. Okay, 118 is pretty bad. That's alright. Hey, good to hear, Jack. Yeah, the YouTube multi-streaming setup has been working really well. I don't think I've had any issues with it. Ow. go. First share kazoo.
Ooh.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, we used to have this like concert that would be held maybe once a quarter, once a semester. I forget what timeline it was, but essentially, this was a concert that like would be run by the students, so you could do whatever you wanted. You know, you just have to pitch it, and then I think as long as it's like within reason, you'll be allowed to do it. And so there would be goofy things like people playing with kazoos, or there was one where it was like someone in the cello section. It's like, I'm gonna play this while walking. It'd be like the marching cello. Oh snap! Wahoo! Or woohoo! Thank you for the raid, MZ. How was the stream? What were y'all up to? Crossing some animals, perhaps? Oh, you played Subnautica. Isn't that a scary game? Yelped a few times. When you think about it, it's kind of like Dave the Diver, right? Surely. I mean, there's like fish and stuff in both. That was a 110. Sure, I'll take it. Hey, what's up, gotcha? Almost 100, yeah. I wonder how many more milestones they have. I guess it's every 5, right? Do we win anything at 100? Maybe I'll clap. I don't know. That was not gonna work either. Oh no. Yeah, we're fine. So I can stand right here. Nope. Oh, I did the thing again. I wonder why that happens. Because I feel like I used to be fine standing right there. But like you could get that wind bomb to work. But not quite. Hey, what up, Mako? I'm like bumping my head on the ceiling that I can't see because why is there? Why is the collision looking all weird? Like, I get I'm out of bounds and I'm not supposed to be here, but like, couldn't they have made it a little bit more obvious? Did they not think we were gonna get out of bounds? It's kind of lazy. Actually, when you get to the 100 streak, there's a chance I might not notice. I feel like I've been like kind of tuning out the streaks a little bit more. There are just too many of them.
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
Because I feel like it'd be interesting if it was like only, 75 is like a decent milestone, right? Or like 150, stuff like that. But it's like every 5 days, and then even less than that for the first few, right? Because it's 3, 5, 7, I think. And realistically, the 3, 5, and 7, those are the most important, like, watch streams in terms of user engagement, right? Because most people are not going to get to, like, a 100 streak. So, like, getting people into a watch stream as early as possible and then, reminding them of it as much as you can, I think would boost engagement more. He hates you streakers. No, I wouldn't say that. It's like, it's more of the system itself rather than
Dirigiti al luogo segnato
the
sulla
people
mappa
using it.
della tua tavoletta sceicca.
Ow. Okay, I don't think that's quite good enough. I told Peef I had an 18 streak, and he told me to unsub. I do not remember that one happening. Maybe I'm getting old. Yeah, it's a Bob. That one time I didn't actually watch it all, but I opened the stream for 5 minutes. Well, look, I mean, that's part of the routine, right? In Pikmin, sometimes I don't do as much as I should, right? I don't go out walking, but I make sure to do my daily
Svegliati.
mushroom tries when I can, stuff like that.
Svegliati.
Yo, what's up, Caleb?
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo lungo.
Hello, Zipol. Those are funny modes. That's a good format. Especially with a blinky, get it? Because they're blinking. I, for one, understand. Alright, see ya, Hydro. Tonight is the night you feel it. I honestly feel a little bit hungry. But I do feel good about the runs. I think today could be pretty solid. I don't know about, like, you know, getting a PB or anything. That might be a little bit
Link,
tough, but
Link,
could be
dirigiti al
close.
luogo segnato sulla
Hungry
mappa
for
della tua tavoletta
a
sceicca.
PB and J. Be fine. Would have been really good if I got that first try. Phoebe and Jay. Whoa. They cooked. Hey, what's up, Kuhaka? The Chapel Roan Fortnite skin. Okay, who is the least famous person to have a Fortnite skin? Well, let's see. I guess you could look at this as, like, you know, there's probably some Fortnite creator who ended up getting a skin. And they're not going to compare it to, like, actual celebrities. So you could also look at the categories. Like, you know, separate actual celebrities, like, oh, this is a famous music artist, compared to, yeah, this is a content creator. Since that's not really fair. Well, hello, Tabir. Are you saying Chapel isn't famous? No. I'm just saying, like, nowadays, a mark of being famous is whether or not you have a skin in Fortnite, right? So, proof of Chapel's fame is that there's now a skin in Fortnite, some dances. And it's like how prestigious is having a Fortnite skin dedicated to you? What does it actually take? Are you saying Luffy isn't famous? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold up. These are some bold accusations, Olive. Oh, wait. I'm pretty sure a chapter came out. I didn't read it, right? I had to read that after stream. Your time will come. Surely, right? Maybe when the live action season 2 comes out, they'll, like, do something. I don't know. It's fine. Saw a lot of people being like, who when they added Lisa? Who mega lol? I will say, I'll admit, when I saw people talking about Lisa, I was like, isn't that like a J-pop artist? Like a lot of anime have openings done by Lisa. Not the same person, as I have found out. There's a few. Yeah. Weird how that works. A gold in a section is still a PB. What? It is a way to think about it, yeah. A gold is like a PB for a split. And yeah, I could get a gold. I don't know what split I would expect a gold on. Probably like... Honestly, stasis could happen. It would require some luck, for sure. But I guess at this point, most golds will require some amount of luck on the like world loads and wind bomb angles being like just perfect. Okay, 902 is pretty good. I'll take that. Lost the 4 in the 2/3 chance, yeah. They should keep track. That way you can be like, alright, I'm actually getting scammed. As opposed to, it feels like you get scammed every time you lose it. Even though, dang, that was actually unfortunate. I went nooch. This could be a good split. But yeah, like, presumably, it is actually fair, right? But humans don't work like that. You feel slighted if you don't win. Even if you've won the 1 out of 6, you know, somewhat recently. Oh, I got a... Let's see, I got one of the 10K. Maybe I should plant that. Oh, but maybe the next round has... No, I should probably just plant it. I was thinking the next round might have the, like, grow a Pikmin, or grow some number of Pikmin a goal, but even if it does, I'll have to defeat a certain number of mushrooms anyway, so... I should be able to get 10k steps in. Hey, thank you, Draco. Good luck.
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo lungo...
Oh, I finished one of the, like, stages. So I was gonna get the guaranteed gold seedling. And then the spin was also a guaranteed seedling. So I felt really good, you know? It's like a double. I've been blessed. I still don't really know how the, like, guaranteed spin works. Surely somebody's figured it out. Is it like a pity system, or is it every a certain number of spins you just get a guaranteed one? They really make you feel good with the guaranteed ones. They should do that at casinos. They could learn a thing or two from Pikmin Bloom.
Link. Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
Have I played Pikmin 4, 3, 2, 1? No, I have not. I've only played Pikmin Bloom, the mobile game. So, you could call me a fake fan. It would not be outlandish. I feel like one day I'll play it, the Pikmin series, because of Bloom, you know? And I've heard they're, like, really good games. Like, everyone who's played Pikmin, I think, has enjoyed it, as far as I can tell. Yo, what's up? Aribadeeb. What's the language? This is French for the text, and then Italian for the voice acting. Oh, and thank you for the good look, Lori. Welcome in. Yeah, we get up to a little bit of shenanigans. Just a little bit.
Svegliati. Svegliati.
You know, a little bit of Thomas foolery here and there.
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo lungo...
Let's see, before I had French voice. Yeah, so before, we didn't know. Basically, a French text saves time on specifically this cutscene right here that I just finished, where you pick up the Sheikah Slate. So French is the fastest for that cutscene. However, it turns out that at the very end in Dark Beast, You can save a little bit of time by having Italian voice acting, because the final eye opens about 1 second faster in Italian than it does in like French, right? And so, you know, you can compare all the different languages. The difference ends up being about 1 second for like the fast ones. And so if you mix and match your languages, then you can get a slightly faster any percent run. So yeah, having Italian saves maybe 1 second. Like that. And yeah, I'm pretty sure it actually, like, it only works for any percent. Having, like, the different voice and text languages. Because of the way the voice acted cutscenes and text advancements, like, interact.
Svegliati.
So if you were to run like 100%, right? All of your cutscenes would be in English for the text language. And if you chose a different language for your voice acting, I think it just waits for whichever is slower to finish. So like if the text was shorter than the voice acting, it would wait for the voice acting to finish. And then if the text was slower, it would wait for the text to all like finish before moving on. Which is why like any percent is weird, because the cutscene at the beginning, we can actually interrupt Zelda while she's like talking, because the French text finishes first. And for that cutscene, it like allows you to interrupt the thing earlier. Surely we win some curling or hockey. I would hope so. Can you imagine, like, going to the Olympics? Being, like, one of the best athletes
Link.
in the world.
Link. Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
Curling is the best. I don't know how much of the Winter Olympics I've watched, like, ever. There we are. It's low-key goated. So curling is the one where you like slide this like rock across some ice, and then you need to like brush the ice to make it slow down. Mop the floor, yeah. It's I have not seen much curling in my life, so I'm not here to judge. Aww. Okay. You've been having One Piece withdrawals? Wait, Tapir, are you caught up? Wait, I feel like I remember there being some announcement about changing how the anime is released. Got up since like December, but you're not reading the manga yet, right? It's a good time. Your partner had to do a work thing with the Aussie curling team and she freaked out. Were they like intimidating? Got starstruck. Those are the pros. I imagine, yeah, they've got indoor facilities only. Actually, yeah. What are like the coldest parts of Australia?
Quella è una tavoletta shake.
I think all curling rinks are probably indoors.
Ti guiderà
That would
dopo
actually
il
make some
risveglio dal
sense.
tuo lungo.
Yeah, I can imagine it's like pretty important. In a sport like that. Not caught up on the manga except for the spoilers I get on a regular basis. Isn't that sad? That you just get spoiled all the time? That's why you gotta read the manga. That way you can't get spoiled because you're getting the content as it comes out. Considering it, ooh. Which show? This is One Piece.
Link. Link. Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta shake.
The anime has its moments, but the manga is a lot better. I have actually never watched like any of the anime other than I've been shown like a couple of scenes, and I guess I've watched like clips that are posted on Twitter of recent seasons, but I just remember my brother showing me a couple of the like, you know, pretty intense moments, and then just like looking at the animation of some of the older seasons, it's like, ooh. They didn't do it justice, you know? But yeah, the later seasons are like definitely better. I think the animation they do is like, it's interesting. I don't think I like it that much. Like it looks way higher quality, but it's also like it's slightly, you know, it's the style they're going for, I guess. But yeah, at this point, I'm pretty happy with just the manga. Whoa. Caught up to the anime in 2017 and immediately learned to read the manga due to spoilers. Yeah. Honestly, I feel like I haven't seen too many One Piece spoilers, but I'm probably just not, you know. I'm not looking at the right parts of the internet to get those spoilers. Some of the movies are worth the watch. Oh, right, the movies. Yeah, I have a deck for the One Piece card game, and it's got what's her name? Is it Uda? The song person who sings. She's got like red and white hair. But she's like from the movie. And I haven't watched any of them. So yeah, I have like no idea who she is. But yeah, I've seen people mention the movies are pretty good. Spoilers for JJK. Oh yeah, they're like everywhere. Oh, also, what is the fan letter? I feel like I've seen that. But I never actually... found out what it was. Oh, what did the... what is it? I forget what studio is doing it, but they're gonna, like, remake the One Piece anime in higher quality, and that's gonna be hype. Although, that is the reason that Rec is not... well, no, it's probably not. I think it's just an excuse, to be honest. But he always says, like, I'm just gonna wait for the remake. Instead of catching up. Yo, what's up, Brazier? It's just a really good animated episode. See, a one-off episode about a girl wanting to give a letter to Nami. before they go off to Fishman Island. Okay. Oh man, One Piece Brotherhood. I guess kinda, right? Except, wasn't it that the original, Fullmetal Alchemist anime, like, caught up? And then did, like, a different ending? And so with Brotherhood, it, like, follows the manga's ending? I haven't watched the original, I only watched Brotherhood.
Svegliati.
But yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they do. Like, how are they gonna pace the episodes?
Quella è una
And, like, how
tavoletta
far are they
scelta.
actually gonna go with the remake?
Ti guiderà dopo il
Because it'd be
risveglio
cool if
dal
they
tuo
did, like, you know, all of it. And, like, how many episodes does it take to properly show off the whole story? Or, like, Fullmetal Alchemist. Oh my goodness. It's okay. Rage bait is just something you gotta learn to, like, ignore, you know? Like, some people are just trolls. And that's okay. FMA had a different ending than the manga. Yeah, like, one day I should probably watch it. Naruto tough to beat. Well, what's interesting is I never really okay, that's not quite true. I feel like I haven't finished watching any of those long-running shonens. I mean, it's impossible to watch all of One Piece, right? Because it's not done yet. But like with Naruto, I watched it for a while, and then I think when they started the like, or at some point during like the Great Ninja War, I think I had stopped watching. And it's just like, you know, it takes so long that I guess at a certain point I stopped keeping up with it. And then
Quella
I
è una
got all
tavoletta
of my
scelta.
updates on the story from my brother
Ti
because he was
guiderà
reading it.
dopo il risveglio dal tuo lungo.
But yeah, I don't think I'll ever go back and finish that. And then same with like, well, I guess Bleach. Bleach, I think I stopped watching kind of the Aizen. It was like pretty much the climax of the Aizen arc. And that one's on me. Like I really chose an interesting spot to drop it. Cuz that's when it was like getting good. But you'd have to ask like what was that middle school me what I was thinking? I'm trying to think. Let's see. I was watching Fairy Tale with my brother as well, and then drop that one. What are the other long-running shows?
Link.
One Piece I never watched. From the beginning, was told by my brothers to read it. So, like, one of the vacations we took, I basically sat in the back of the car reading One Piece. Or am I mixing that up with my brother? I did read through all of One Piece. But I know... Yeah, I haven't watched, like, any of the anime. Like this. T28. Oh, yeah, fillers. I kind of forgot about those. Hey, what's up, Mondongo? The last episode of Bleach I watched, they were baking a cake. I'm sure it's very important to the story, though. Like, maybe they had to bake the cake to subdue the villain by, like, I don't know, baking it just right. Maybe the villain had, like, a sweet tooth. When you really want to catch up with this Dr. Stone. I dropped Dr. Stone. I don't remember if I finished the first season. But I don't know, it was not for me. Yeah, that one's been going on for a while. I don't know how many, like, chapters there are. Is Bleach one of those anime with, like, 100 filler episodes? I think so. It's one of the big ones.
Mm-hmm. Ooh. Ah. Mm-hmm.
Alright, that'll be my backup food. Please. There we are. Okay, oh, whatever. Ow. Hey, what's up, Cosney? Long-running shonens have never been your jam. Yeah, for me, it's like... Yeah, I guess that is pretty true. The exception, I guess, is like... I'm still keeping up with, like, One Piece, but I read that, so it's different. Dropped Attack on Titan in the last season. I mean, didn't Attack on Titan, like, end very poorly? Like, people were not happy about that. had confidence that I was not gonna die. You gotta admit you enjoyed all of My Hero Academia. Yeah, all of it. Every single moment. I was like, I read the latest chapter and then I'm like, man, I really have to wait a week? Oh no, how am I ever gonna survive? Oh boy. I was hate reading that, for sure. I still can't believe they turned it around somehow, right? Like, the public perception of the final season has been super positive. But I was reading it, and everybody hated it. Well, okay, not everybody. There's always people who, will glaze. Yeah, I think my favorite part of My Hero Academia was, like, the tournament arc in the first... Was that season 1 or 2? Let's see, why is Nintendo Switch 1 faster than Switch 2? Because you can play on a version, like an earlier version of the game, that has BLSS. Essentially, they patched out BLSS in a later version. Let's see, what's the silliest way you've lost time on an attempt? For any percent? I don't know. Okay, well, I don't know what the silliest way I've lost time is, but... trying to think of what is the silliest way. Reminds me of when I do the slide to cryo. I end up dropping the slide by pulling out my weapon, which will drop the bomb that's attached to Link's hand. And so because I do this on a slope, if the bomb drops above Link on the slope, then I try to run up that slope. The bomb can actually get in Link's way and, like, roll him down all the way. So I'm like, I don't know, it's like a cartoon. A scene from a cartoon. Where Link is failing to run up the hill because of the bomb rolling down. So, I mean, that's definitely up there. It's like right here, right? I'm gonna drop the bomb right there. And if that dropped to the left of Link, then there could be issues. Like I'm describing. I was watching the previous seasons just because of sunken cost fallacy, yeah. I mean, yeah, it's definitely true. Like, I wasn't gonna drop My Hero Academia, the manga, because it's like, well, it's, you gotta see it through to the end, right? Even though there were some moments, many moments, that were like, ugh, but it is what it is. That would have been a really good wind bomb if I got a good slide. Alright, I see a Blinky. What keeps me from getting bored? Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's definitely, like, this is now my job. So like, I enjoy doing it, and if I wasn't streaming it for a living, like making YouTube videos and whatnot,
Ooh.
I'd probably still do it. Not nearly as much, but really. Okay, I think there's a slight wind. It's a little unlucky. But yeah, I mean, it does help that, like, I'm financially motivated to do more runs. But ultimately, like, the reason I can do it for so long and not get bored is because I enjoy doing it. How did I save 22 seconds? So this is comparing not to my personal best, but to the run I finished a few hours ago. Good evening, Ineptitudinous. Yeah, I like to compare it to not my PB most of the time, just because then there's more of a chance that I can be ahead. Because yeah, right now I'm like 20... I'm like 20 seconds behind, I think. Maybe. Yo, what's up, J-Mobs? I haven't read any of the Zelda manga. Nor have I read the Pokemon ones. But I've definitely seen, like, panels from the Pokemon ones. And, it seems intense. Like, I think the one I see the most often is probably... Was it Zinnia? And Rayquaza? The whole, like, Delta episode stuff. Story.
Svegliati. Svegliati. Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo luogo.
TP manga is a must read. Wait, how long are they? And like, does it cover the story of the game, or is it separate? Hey, what's up, Eli? Welcome back. Is the BTB to stasis in BTT inconsistent? Basically, it doesn't save that much time. Overdoing the slide, like, super well. And yeah, with it being a BTT, with it being a BTB, it's, like, really hard, or it's harder to do the setup consistently, right? So that you land in the right spot. And, like, with a BTT, you can have a setup where it's less, you take less time. You just have to, like, hit it once. Right, kind of like how for the BTB to cryo, you know, there's no setup at all. So that doesn't really fly in real runs. And from what I've heard, like Buffin say, for instance, it's just not really a huge time save. And I think I forget if they get unloaded stasis, like if that's part of the reason it's faster. So yeah, it is just more consistent to do the slide plus wind bomb. I think if it was a bigger time save, it would be, you know, looked into. It's really long, but it adds so much to the game's story. Okay. Maybe I should read it, because I played TPHD, so now would be the time. Huge. That's actually kind of gaming. Oh, Anonymous, thank you for the gifted sub. Appreciate that. Yeah, apparently we are gaming. Is my mindset to incrementally improve before reaching my PB and surpass it? I don't know. I mean, I don't know if I have a specific, like, mindset right now. It's kind of like do runs and try to improve my consistency at everything that I can. Okay, I guess we're doing that. I mean, you can get 1 scan. Each amiibo drops, I think, 7 to 10 fish. The minimum number of fish you need is 4. So if you get lucky, you can get all of the amiibo. You can get all the fish you need in 1 scan, but it doesn't happen very often. So on average, it takes 2 to 3 scans. That's not gonna work. Yeah. What's a billion? Twitch tried to get you to watch Roblox content with a banner. Dude, Tony mentioned that earlier today. They're trying to noobify you. Hey, thank you, Autumn. Gotta be vigilant. Otherwise, you'll end up a purple noob forever. I think it takes, what, 40 minutes from what Noman was... I want to say it was something like 40 minutes before you get the badge. Yeah, so you need enough time on your attack up meal to last through the entire fight sequence. So the minimum amount of time that you'd need is like 3 minutes. Okay, so technically, if you start with 2.5 minutes when you do Windblight Skip and you do the fights perfectly, you're able to make it through without running out of attack up timer. But based on the number of wind bombs you need to do in Castle, you would need to heal before the wind bomb to Sanctum. And so we normally eat the attack up meal while waiting for the Moblin to load in. Because, you know, you need to eat before the final wind bomb anyway. And so you eat the attack up meal for that. But if you were to eat a 2.5 minute meal by that point, you would not have enough time to make it through the boss fights. So instead, you could eat like a fish or some food before that, right? So you can delay when you have to eat the attack up meal, but at that point you'd need that extra fish anyway for like healing. So the minimum amount is 4, because if you use like 3 porgies, you'll get a 2.5 minute timer. And you need a 3 minute timer, so if you add 1 Hyrule Bass, then that's just enough. Because yeah, you either need the extra fish for cooking the attack up meal, or you need it to heal yourself. If you get like a 22 2x sometime this stream, will you start using BTT strats? You know what? Sure. If I get a 22 2x this stream, I'll start doing setup list cryo BTB. If I get a 22 2x this stream, I'll start doing like ISU. Try to find a credits warp. It's that unlikely. But yeah, like the BTT strats, basically, you know, we try to use as many of them as is reasonable, right? Like doing those BTBs is so far not worth it. What's up, the keeper? You're here for the 22 2x. You're not late. It's gonna happen right now.
Quella è una tavoletta
Really?
sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo lungo.
I mean, a 22 2x from me would require literally perfect gameplay every single split, right? Like my summa best is a 22 28, and even then it's like just barely, I think. I'll do Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom hundos back to back. I will, yeah. Like if I got a 22 2x, I would report myself for cheating. Be like, I don't know how this happened, but please ban me. Yeah, it's funny because even splicing my golds together, that'd like barely be enough.
Link. Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
Do you think a 22 3x is possible? I would say it might be. Yeah. But like, you know, that's kind of the limit, I guess. From what I can tell. I mean, like right now, right? If you take Moldy's best plateau time and compare it to world record, I think he got, what was it? It was like a 12:32. In world record, where his best plat was like a 12:23. So just on plateau, it's like you could save another 10 seconds almost, in theory. And then you would just need to save like a couple seconds on endgame stuff. So you could do it. But obviously, putting it all together is where most of the difficulty comes from. Like 90% of the work is the last whatever percent of the optimizations. Has it been a while since the BTT P5 edition? Oh, like a spliced any percent run? I mean, yeah, that I did the like commentary run. Where I spliced together my golds. That was, at this point, probably 2 years ago. Would be my guess. I mean, I did it. Let's see. It's funny because that run, I had like a 2257 sum of best. So I made sure to get my sum of best down to like sub 23. But yeah, it's from a while ago. But I wouldn't make another just because, at least not yet. That's not what I needed. Okay, well, we ended up picking up 3 fish. That's fine. Just because that video is like... It's still... The information is good, right? It's not like we've changed the route at all, so... I wouldn't have anything to add. We're making like commentated runs of other categories, or like other any percent runs. That's like, I think fair game. At this point, I don't know that I would want to make like a commentated ETP route any percent run, in that I already made the Switch 2 edition commentary, and there'd be overlap with like end game stuff. Well, actually, no, it's more that the end game stuff would overlap between like the 1.6 and 1.8 routes. And maybe it's been long enough that that's fine. I'm gonna eat this, even though I was pretty sure I didn't need to. Animal Crossing Treasure Islands. Wait, how does that work? Are you like actually fighting people for a limited amount of furniture? They're hacked islands that have all the furniture and you can just pick up, or that you can just pick up. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hacked? So you're cheating. Interesting. Are you gonna tell? If we go down, we take you all with us. Well, okay. Was the cheated island? Let's point out some key differences here.
Svegliati.
Is the cheated island done through glitches within the game? Or is it done through other methods? All of my stuff is vanilla.
Quella è una
And
tavoletta
then
sceicca.
2.
Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
Mine is not a multiplayer experience, you know? What I do in my game does not impact other people's gameplay. Where y'all are cheating. Yeah, what's up, Geo Geek? Dude, from what I've heard, Animal Crossing is serious business. Like, my initial image in my head of Animal Crossing is like, oh, this is a very cute game. You know, you're just managing your island, hanging out with the villagers, building houses, stuff like that. Designing your island to look all nice. And then in reality, it's like, oh, I don't like that villager. We're gonna have to bully that villager until they decide to leave.
Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
Or like, what's his face? Raymond was like worth actual money at the beginning. Everyone was fighting over Raymond. Now people are fighting over like these islands to get furniture that they need. It's like a, I don't know, Black Friday. People trampling over each other to get their deals. You have 1,400 hours in New Horizons. I can see it, yeah. It's a good game for sure. Which is why I shouldn't play Animal Crossing in case I do get addicted. Because then that'd be it. That'd be it. It's over. Hey, what's up, Malfunctional? That's not gonna work. That, however, will, I guess. Sure. Yo, what up, TT? Are the runs going? They're going alright. Not too good, not too bad. Hey, what's up, Zist? Thank you for the good lucks and thank you for the gifted sub. I appreciate that. I'd still watch if you became an Animal Crossing streamer. Yeah, I wonder. There are definitely quite a few people, I think, who would stick around. Need Luca to lock in.
Mm-hmm.
Surely. He's like the best player ever.
Ooh.
From what I've heard. Which is probably not true. However, I imagine he's pretty solid. Okay, 146, sure. The internet has it was a mistake. That's my conclusion. I'm gonna eat that because yeah, we're dead. I just read the 76ers and I will not continue that line of thought. I have already said enough. Too much, in fact. He got injured? Ain't no way. On day 3, close to day 4 of your Tears of the Kingdom playthrough. Nice. Got sidetracked. That is the experience, yeah. If you're not getting sidetracked, then you're not playing it right. Just don't look at how I'm playing the game, you know? I've already done my time. 4 is good. Wowee. That's crazy, because this is, we're still like 20 seconds behind. Well, that's how it goes.
Ooh.
I think I'm sipping on a small shield potion. Sure, why not? Is it supposed to be a speed elixir from Breath of the Wild that you cook in all shrines, I think? Maybe. But who cares, you know? What part of the run has to be like perfect for world record? I mean, at this point, almost all of it. But yeah, it's like the better you do on one segment, the worse you can do on another. But it is also just easier if you do all of them really well. We're gonna go like this. Alright, yeah, okay. Well, I do use a setup, but yeah, it's not as precise as you think, I guess. Or like, it's not as precise as it seems. Oh, yeah, it's not really like an RNG thing. Like, the chances of me getting... say a 2248, right? It's like, yeah, I need some amount of luck. But... it's like, I need the luck and the skill to line up, I guess. Because yeah, there's also like, you know, it may look clean when I do a certain segment. Like right there, you know, there was nothing visibly wrong. With what I did during phase 1 of Calamity. And yet I lost like a second, I think. And so, you know, if you're not familiar with like right there, you know, I also lost time because I didn't get enough hits every spin. So it's like, it could look clean, but then not be quite perfect. And so I end up losing time on that. So like right there, right? That Calamity looked pretty good. And yet I lost 1 second to my PB and 4 seconds to my gold. Right, so the best I've ever done Calamity is 4 seconds faster than that. Which, like, part of that is RNG with the first attack. it's like I have to be doing stuff first try. So I do like a trick first try. And I need to do it quickly. So if you take like a wind bomb, for instance, right? Not only do I need to have the wind bomb land exactly where I want it to land, but I also have to set up, you know, where Link is standing, where Link is aiming, stuff like that. I need to do that as quickly as possible. Because the more time I spend standing still trying to like set up the visual cue properly, the more time I'm wasting. So, you know, you could see me do a wind bomb and it's like it lands in just the right spot, but I've taken like an extra second to set it up, so I end up losing some time, stuff like that. But yeah, thank you for the GGs. That was really good. Pretty solid run, 23-24. I think I lost like a lot of time on plat in the first couple of splits. Yeah, we can do better than that. Yeah, not bad. Good morning, Ube. Oh, Tita. Yeah, Dark Beast is like very easy, very simple, but if you're not used to horse controls, it's like stupid. Because like technically you don't need the horse, but also the Dark Beast is pretty big. So you kind of want the horse to move around. And horse controls are not intuitive, I think. It's weird. Because I think they're designed in a way that's like, it kind of makes sense why they do it that way when you think about it, but then you try and, like, you pick up the game and then you try and use the horses, and it's like, for some people, that just will not work. Because yeah, it's like, the direction that you go, is not impacted by the camera, or like the direction the camera is facing. So if I have the camera turned backwards, then and then I like move the right stick right, the horse will turn to its right, as opposed to, you know, the camera's right. But I don't know, it's like, it can be confusing for sure. Yeah, Dark Beast is pretty much guaranteed to be the same amount of time every run. Well, the Dark Beast itself, but the load time into the fight, that can vary by like 2 seconds. So, like this run, for instance, I got a 230.9 for Dark Beast. My best is a 230.6, and the run from last time was a 233.05. So that was like, what, 2 seconds difference from last run to this run? And that's because of the load time. I didn't like play worse last time. I hit every shot. I just had an unfortunately long load. All right. Well, we go again. But yeah, 23-24, that's good. I'm happy with that. If we can get a better plat, I think we can get a pretty solid end time. It is nearly midnight. Why is your coworker online and sending you work? Yeah, I don't know. Hey, what's up, Cleft? They're dumb, maybe.
Svegliati. Svegliati. Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo lungo.
He's not getting enough sleep if he's awake now, but like, there is a difference, right, between finishing your work before sleeping and waking up early to finish it. Why are you pinging me? Now that's crossing the line. Yeah, I guess it's like, sometimes I'll like finish a stream, right? And I end stream pretty late. But then there's somebody who I want to respond to, and I'm thinking like, should I actually respond to this right now?
Link.
Like, it is
Link.
2 a.m. or
Dirigiti al
something.
luogo segnato sulla mappa
If I
della tua
send a message,
tavoletta
is that gonna
sceicca.
ping them? Are they going to wake up? Or should I wait? But then if I wait, then, you know, it's not getting sent for a while. That's totally fine. Nice, T27. Hey, what's up, Mitch? Thank you for the good luck, Blue. Do people actually have notifications on? I'd imagine not the majority. Well, actually, I don't know. Usually just send it and hope she has do not disturb on. Yeah. I should probably do that more often. Dang. That was almost really good. Oopsie. Hey, what's up, Veggie? Yeah, the scope clip is really smooth. If you could craft your ideal time for a speedrun, what would it be? Yeah, I don't know. I think for me, I prefer somewhere in the like, maybe like 30 minutes. Like just about 30 minutes. That's probably pretty good. I think once you go over an hour, that's probably too long. For the ideal. It's fine. If it's like an hour 10,
Svegliati.
it can still be like really good. But I'd prefer it, I guess, to be under an hour. It is kind of weird though, because like I think in terms of viewership, like for live viewership, people like longer speedruns. So like people really like watching Hundo, and then any percent not as much. Or like people really like all shrines, and that's like 4 hours. So it's basically like you do 1 run per stream. Oh, I just saw the other day. Apparently DK Bonanza just went sub-hour. Yeah. They've split the leaderboard, so there's now like an unrestricted and restricted category. Because I think there's a glitch. I remember seeing this, where you can just like fly. I think it's like if you have the right rhythm, then you can fly infinitely by throwing a piece of terrain and catching it, something like that.
Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
Oh yeah, Odyssey speedruns are good. It's also like, it depends, right? Because like an Odyssey speedrun in around an hour could be way different from, I don't know, a Zelda speedrun being around an hour. Because like, I feel like Zelda speedruns end up having more like cutscenes on average. Where you're thinking like Mario is a lot of movement. You're like doing stuff at all times. Like you go to one moon and then a little cutscene, immediately move to the next moon, but there's like not that much stoppage. Yo, what's up, Bartox? Okay, that could have been pretty good. I just landed a little bit low, but I'll take it. Yeah, the long intro cutscenes are kind of brutal. Like I ran Tears of the Kingdom back before intro skip. and whatnot. So a lot of that time was spent watching the intro cutscene, which is like partially why when Echoes of Wisdom came out, I was like,
Ooh.
yeah, I'm just gonna skip this one.
Ah.
Like, I think I could have gotten some decent viewership out of it if I tried to speedrun it, but I was like, I don't really want to do that again. Not to mention, it was like not just the intro, it was also like the wrong warps. I don't think are my favorite. No, I'm talking about Echoes of Wisdom. Yeah, like super early on, they found a wrong warp setup. So the game starts with this like super long intro sequence that you can't really skip or do anything interesting in for the most part. I think it's like 15 minutes. And then as soon as you actually get to do anything, you wrong warp to the end of the run. Yeah, there's like a lot of dialogue and whatnot. The unskippable Tears of the Kingdom 6 minutes cutscene. Okay, well actually, what's funny is that the clip out of bounds, if anything, made it worse. You could argue that like the clip at least makes the intro sequence interesting, but what was kind of unfortunate about the timing of it was that initially, like within the first couple of months, there was a vote held to say like, let's skip the intro, you know, start the run in the Room of Awakening. There's no meaningful gameplay before the 4-minute cutscene. So we'll just start from a save file in the Room of Awakening. A lot of people voted and said, yeah, let's do it. This will make the run more fun. And we're okay with cutting out the first, 6 minutes. And then, like the week after, Timber posts a video saying like, yeah, I found a clip out of bounds in the like prologue. And so the way we had like implemented intro skip was like you add on time based on how long the intro like, would take normally, right? And you reload a save that was like in the Room of Awakening. And so if you were to do this out of bounds clip, it saves about a minute. But you weren't then allowed to like reload a save in the Room of Awakening after doing the clip. So essentially we had maybe like a week of skipping the intro before having to go back to like do the out of bounds clip and then watch the intro since it was faster. So yeah, it was very short-lived, and then a while later, there was another vote to say like, okay, well, we understand that the intro kind of sucks, so how about we figure out ways around that, you know? What if we had a mod that allows you to skip the intro cutscene? And what if, for people who don't have a modded Switch, instead, you're allowed to reload a save after doing the intro out of bounds section. So like you can still show that you've done the gameplay, like the difficult part of clipping out of bounds and avoiding the Zelda cutscene triggers, but you still don't have to watch that 4-minute cutscene. And so, yeah, that happened maybe like a year and a half after. So there was a lot of watching the intro. But yeah, nowadays it's like you can skip it no matter what, which is nice. Hey, what's up, RP? What the fuck is wrong with this game? Ah, dude, there's just no way. Thanks. That's fun and cool. How did I go all the way over and die? That's just insane. It was a good run too. I mean, 111 entry is not fantastic, but it would have been, yeah, probably a 12:43 maybe. Oh, let's see, 7. It's probably like 10 seconds behind. Yeah, it'd be like 12:43 or something. So maybe like 10-ish seconds behind PB, which, like, you know, that's a good run. Not PB paced, but I'll take it. What happened? Yeah, basically for that wind bomb, we're bouncing off of the wall, right? I'm wind bombing not towards the monk. I'm wind bombing into the wall behind the monk and trying to bounce off of it towards the monk. And so I'm relying on Link bouncing off of the wall in a consistent way. But sometimes that happens. It's very rare, and I feel like partially, you know, it was my fault. I think I was aiming further left than I should be. And probably the like bomb placements and bullet time entry, stuff like that had an impact, but it's still like absurd that I made it all the way over. Because usually it's like, okay, if you land behind the monk, you probably lose like 1 second compared to if you land to the side of the monk. Which, like, 1 second is not a big difference, but, you know, it does matter. Those little things add up. So ideally you land to the side. But yeah, it's very rare to go all the way over. Because you're supposed to bounce off the wall and not really keep the momentum. But that one, it was like... I was getting trolled. Is your blindfolded PB on the other platform? What do you mean? I do have it uploaded to my YouTube channel.
Link.
And I think
Dirigiti al
on
luogo
the VODs
segnato
channel
sulla
I
mappa
have
della tua
all of the
tavoletta
blindfolded
sceicca.
VODs, like, in a playlist, probably. Ow. Yo, what's up, Huiwen? GG on the Switch 2 edition any percent run. Hello, Moonlit. Yeah, that's going for a 24, nice. Good luck.
Svegliati. Svegliati.
When's the 23? Hmm?
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo luogo.
A 23 would be cool, but it's a rough category. Do you think of walls where as thin IRL as they are in the game? Be able to scope clip via quantum tunneling. If they're as thin as they are in Breath of the Wild, didn't you just punch through them? Like, even if it was made of rock. The reason you can't go through a wall in the real world is because they're, like, thick.
Link. Link. Link.
Say it was
Dirigiti al
indestructible for
luogo
some reason.
segnato sulla mappa
Alright.
della tua tavoletta
Well,
sceicca.
maybe. Someone would find something. Still 158. Human ingenuity. Wow, oh, dude, look at these mods talking to each other. A call and response. Yeah, the language is in French because it's faster. There's like less dialogue. Nightbot. Dude, it's so funny. Have you seen it in Noman's stream? He has it set to like cuss you out if you try and talk to Nightbot.
Svegliati. Svegliati.
Was my PB in the past 15 days? I actually don't know. Let's see.
Quella è una tavoletta
My
scelta.
best time since returning to any
Ti
percent
guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
was a 23:04. But yeah, I got that before I started the like count. Before I started tracking the number of days. So within the last 15 days, I don't know. I could check, but I don't think I've gotten that many like really good runs. Cause yeah, I want to say it's better than the 23:23, but I don't know. I almost feel like I started counting and then I got worse at the game. There's a wise man who once told me to be able to PB, you can't want it too much. You gotta let go of your desire.
Link.
You were close to world record yesterday?
Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della
No,
tua
not
tavoletta
yesterday.
sceicca.
The day before, I had my best split time at Stasis. I got an 8:49, which would be ahead of world record by that point. But it's also like pretty early in the run, so even if I had made it past cryo, you know, there's a high chance that I don't even beat world record or my PB. Oh, wait, I thought I. Interesting. Interesting. And Noman bot when? Noman does have a bot. But that would be weird. If I used his bot. Wait, I think he has a bot, right? But he uses Nightbot. Yo, thank you, Huan. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I don't know how long it'll take though. Any percents too. It's too optimized now.
Svegliati. Svegliati.
I gotta hunker down and really commit.
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca.
Alright, see ya, Youngtis.
Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
Oh, yeah, the runs are going okay. Not too good, not too bad. The bot would just read his chat logs and type a random message. I don't know if we should be doing that. You know, mostly fine. And then you'll just have a few. I still remember, I think one of my Tears of the Kingdom PBs had, what was it? We were talking about the, like, Goron storyline, so, like, you know, Yunobo selling crack and whatever. So you can imagine there were some suspicious things mentioned.
Link. Link. Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
Mm, 2 minutes is kind of slow. Got him. Yo, what's up, Zeppelin? Yeah, I'm using a regular Switch 1 Pro controller. I usually don't send anything in chat to bigger streamers. Yo, I've made it. I'm a big streamer.
Svegliati. Svegliati.
You done any bingo or speedrun races? Yeah, so every
Quella è una
year,
tavoletta
pretty
sceicca.
much, the Breath of the Wild,
Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo lungo.
there's like an any percent tournament held, or some other category. My camera got blurry. Wait, is it still blurry? Wait, autofocus. There we are. That is really funny. Ow. But yeah, there's like an any percent tournament held, and we actually just announced the next one, so that'll be happening pretty soon. But yeah, I think I've won. Is it 3? There's 2020, 2021, 2022. And then did we, I think we took a break for 2023. Because that's when Tears of the Kingdom came out. And then 2024? Wait. How many any percent tournaments have there been? Anyway, I've won like, I think at least 4 of them. Yeah, I've done quite a few races. I've done a little bit of a bingo on stream. I think I've only ever done Breath of the Wild bingo like
Svegliati.
one time. Wait, is that actually true? Have I only ever done the bingo race against Jordan?
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà
I did
dopo il
Tears of the
risveglio
Kingdom
dal
bingo
tuo
for a bit. It's like 2 weeks maybe. Trying to prep for a tournament held by Small Ant. And then I was like, yeah, I'm cooked. I just didn't give myself enough time to prep. And bingo, there's like a lot of knowledge that you need. So I ended up not even like participating. Alright, see ya, Joseph. Yeah, I've done runs of Tears of the Kingdom like a lot. I'm currently, I think, 2nd place still in Tears of the Kingdom any %. But I don't think I'll run that for a while. Ow.
Link. Link. Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
Watching speedruns is more fun than trying to do them yourself. That is very fair. Yeah. Well, yep. Like, I would love to watch somebody scope clip through Temple of Time instead of messing it up myself. No. But yeah, the glitches are fun to mess around with. Like, even if you're not speedrunning. That's kind of why Breath of the Wild has it good. Because you can wind bomb around the map and it's just super fun. Was my best run yesterday, 23:47, I think. Moldy's like a whole minute faster. Yeah, I think. I mean, it's mostly just
Svegliati.
doing everything better. I don't think there are that many new strats.
Svegliati.
But yeah, when I got my PB, like the 39:27 that I have is
Quella è una tavoletta
it's
sceicca.
definitely not the best I could do.
Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
Like, if you look at it literally, it is the best I've ever done it. But yeah, there were runs where I was pretty significantly ahead out of the first like 2/3 of the run, so like off of GSI, and then I messed something up. But I started running Tears of the Kingdom any % again at the time because it was like, well, the Switch 2 is about to come out, right? So it'd be good to do some Tears of the Kingdom so that when Tears of the Kingdom Switch 2 edition comes out, maybe I'll do some of that. And also just like, I had already hit my goal time for Breath of the Wild any percent, so going back for Tears of the Kingdom, it felt right. So I kind of gave myself a limit, like a time limit, for when to get a PB by. And then yeah, I haven't gone back to
Link,
update it.
Link.
Yo, thank you for the raid, Andros.
Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua
Playing every
tavoletta
Zelda mod in
scelta.
Minecraft at once. Oh, is it a good time? Do they all work together? Oh, the Tears of the Kingdom Pro controller is pretty cool. I kind of... wish I, like, bought it. But... if I did buy it, I think I would keep it as a collector's item rather than, like, trying to use it. So I'd have to buy another controller as well. Which, yeah, I've replaced many Pro controllers by this point. You should have done that. I mean, you can still, like... you can keep it as, like, a collectible still, alright? And if you wanted to, you could swap the shell pretty easily with, like, a different Pro controller. Is a 100% run more fun on Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom? So I personally think Breath of the Wild 100% is more fun. I've never done Tears of the Kingdom 100%, but it looks... I mean, it's a lot longer. So, you know, having to do an extra 12-ish hours of gameplay is... hurts, right? Because it's like, it can't be that varied. You're mostly doing the same one or two glitches over and over. I also, like, prefer Breath of the Wild's glitches generally, so... I don't know, more people have done Breath of the Wild, hundo, but it's also like, how much of that is just general popularity of Breath of the Wild compared to Tears of the Kingdom speedrunning? Hey, what's up, Absolute Power? Doing pretty well, how are you? I, like, just recently, like, within the last 2 weeks, well, maybe 3 weeks by this point, started multi-streaming. So I usually just stream on Twitch, but Yeah, lately I've been streaming on both at the same time. Yeah, the Pro controllers, honestly, they last a long time. Like, they're good. I typically replace my controller about once a year, so I'll probably have to replace this one pretty soon. Like, if it starts drifting, then, you know, maybe I'll replace it. Oh my goodness. What's up, Onyx? Why are you bullying YouTube? Nice. Not as nice. But sure. I couldn't imagine doing 100% Tears of the Kingdom and then missing one location and costs 30 minutes to find. Yeah. Yeah. It can be pretty bad. Let's see. Locations, I think, are actually not the worst. I think the worst thing is trying to find the, like, mini bosses. Oh, maybe an Addison sign could be tough. I'm not 100% sure on Tears of the Kingdom, Hundo, but, like, Breath of the Wild, usually the mini bosses are the worst because you kind of just have to check through every mini boss to see which one you, like, missed. Yeah, I had a feeling that wasn't gonna work. It was too late on the bullet time entry. But it's kind of, it's a good idea, I guess, to, even though I think it's not gonna work, like, try it on runs that, like, it's not important, I guess. Although there's also an argument to, like, well, if it doesn't matter, then it's faster. If you don't try the wind bomb, right? And it also doesn't cost you a heart. But it would be bad if, like, that was a wind bomb that works and I didn't believe in it, right? And so, like, every time I make that mistake, if I think to myself, well, that's not gonna work, so I'm just not gonna try the wind bomb, but it actually would have worked, then that's a bunch of runs where I'm, like, losing a bunch of time for no reason. Can we just, like... Can you take off time from that? Isn't that strat so much cooler? Like, I hit the Fosbury flop. That's way cooler than just doing a win bottom. Oh, also Zapwin, you could lay into like a third-party controller if you wanted to. Because there's like anti-drift technology, right? With magnets. Nintendo just hasn't implemented it. And seemingly never will. I don't know. Because yeah, there are pro controllers out there that, you know, it's not Nintendo, but they like won't drift ever. Because they use magnets to... measure the movement of the stick rather than whatever technology they have now. So yeah, I would look into, let's see, if you want a Switch controller, there's the Gully kit. Like King Kong controller. And like the 8-bit Do Ultimate also I think has the better sticks. So those in theory should last longer without running into drift. But it might be a good option. I personally don't use them because I feel like, well, I probably should try and buy one of each just to see, like, would I be fine with using them? But I also feel like I've used the Switch Pro controller for so long that, yeah, I'm probably... not gonna like how it feels, I guess. Which is kind of silly. Like, if it's a better controller that'll last longer, it's probably still worth it. Assuming it does all the same functions just as well. Yeah, 125 is pretty good. Yeah, the Switch 1 Pro controller is really good. Okay. Not bad. Dude, I saved 0.7 while not having Craig load in. So if I got a good load in Zelda's room, then that's probably saving like 6 seconds or something. Well, no, maybe 5. Either way, that's like a lot. Ow. Do I think I've used the Switch Pro controller more than used the 360 controller? I don't know. Maybe? I mean, I've used the Pro controller for a long time, but I have no idea, like, how long you used yours. But yeah, like, I've played... My guess would be easily 10k hours with a Switch Pro controller. Because I think it's like... Okay, well, actually, it's like 10k probably on Breath of the Wild alone. So then with Tears of the Kingdom and other, like, Switch games, it's probably... It's probably getting somewhat close to, like... That's unfortunate. Yeah, it's probably getting close to 15k hours. But yeah, it's like, I don't know how that compares to your playtime. That was weird. Okay. feel like that last spin was pretty decent, and then it should have been pretty decent, but I ended up losing.
L'intero corpo di Ganon è pervaso da un rancore maligno. In questo stato è invulnerabile a qualsiasi attacco. Tenterò di contrastare questo rancore maligno, ma non resisterò. Tu colpisci dove brilla. Buona fortuna, Link. È il momento giusto! Ganon si sta indebolendo! Funziona in difficoltà! Ancora un po'! Lo abbiamo quasi sconfitto! Link!
Let's see, how much harder is speedrunning Trial of the Sword compared to speedrunning both the Master Mode?
Link!
I don't know. I feel like Trial of the Sword. I don't even know if I would say it's harder. I mean, it's harder. Well, okay. They're like pretty different skill sets, I guess. Like Trial of the Sword focuses way more on combat, which is something you almost never do in like a normal speedrun of the game. So it's way more about like enemy manipulation, learning how like when you should whistle, when you shouldn't, stuff like that. Where like a master mode speedrun of any percent, I guess it depends on which version of the game you're doing. Because I think if you just do version 1.6, so like with DLSS, that route's not that difficult. But if you did 1.8.2, which is the latest version of the game, then you have to learn bullet time bounces. So bullet time bounces are pretty difficult to learn and get consistent with. And then like shield clips can be difficult to learn. But yeah, I guess like Trial of the Sword is probably harder overall, just because there's more stuff that you have to do. Even though like a lot of the rooms are actually pretty easy. What's funny is that both have RNG. There's like a significant RNG check like halfway through both
Il
runs.
tuo destino, la tua sofferenza, le tue battaglie. Per questo
See, I don't know.
ho sempre saputo
I would say they're pretty different.
che un giorno saresti riuscito a sconfiggere la calamità Ganon. Grazie, Link.
Both are pretty fun though.
Era
Yeah, the Trial of the Sword run being longer definitely has an
Ti
impact.
ricordi
I would agree.
Ti ricordi?
So
di-
like overall, it probably is harder to speedrun Trial of the Sword. There's just more stuff in it that you could mess up. But I don't know. I do think like the glitches that you have to do in any percent can be troublesome when you're figuring it out for the first time. Also, I guess the practice, like to be able to practice some of those rooms in Trial of the Sword, you have to go through like all of the trial up to that point. So if you wanted to practice a room at the end of final trials, you have to do like all of final trials, which gets annoying. Hey, what's up, JRP? Thank you for the GGs, everyone. Just clip out of bounds, then into the final room, but then you don't have the equipment. So you have to get the equipment that you need for that room if you want to practice. Cheat. I mean, even if you're trying to cheat, like I remember asking Piston if he could like make a mod that lets you practice the Trial of the Sword rooms easier, and then I don't think he ever finished it. But yeah, the idea was like you could warp Link to the room that you want to warp to, or that you want to practice, and then also update his inventory to have the right items. But yeah, it was kind of annoying practicing it, because like without that kind of practice tool or mod, it's tedious. Did I get emotional the first time I saw that ending? I don't know.
Svegliati.
I feel like probably not.
Svegliati.
Or at least not.
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca.
Yeah, I don't remember. It's been a while.
Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
Maybe seeing like the scene at the end, like the secret ending or true ending. But are the end credits in English? Oh, yeah, I've wondered that. I don't know. Yo, what's up, Noriga? Ow.
Link. Link. Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
I feel like I've been missing the scope input a lot more frequently than normal. As in, like, normally I never miss hitting scope, but lately I've been awkwardly turning around at the Temple of Time. Did I know? Potentially. If you shoot an arrow and an apple in Tears of the Kingdom, you can pick up the apple and the arrow. Wait. Is it like if you pick up the apple, it will put both in your inventory?
Svegliati. Svegliati.
Oh, the arrow falls down. Wait, I actually had no idea.
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo luogo.
That's cool. It's one of those changes that like not many people will notice, but it's nice. Yeah, I wonder if it ever came into play in my playthrough, because you know, I'm not really in the business of shooting apples. I think it. Yeah, no, I probably never ran into that in Tears of the Kingdom. In Breath of the Wild, it's like, okay, well, you want to shoot the apple off of the tree for the Korok, right? So using arrows for that makes sense. But in Tears of the Kingdom, they got like they got rid of those Korok types, right? I don't think there's match tree Korok. And if there were, you would probably just use Ultra Hash. So yeah, I think they're gone.
Link.
That's kind of funny.
Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della
Why
tua
are you
tavoletta
P5?
sceicca.
If you type !player 5 with no space, the bot has the explanation. JRP is JR Prime 4. I feel like I'm pretty happy with my username. I feel like it's good. I would say the biggest problem with it would be like SEO. Right, search engine optimization. Like if people look up player 5, right? It's not as unique as it could be. But I don't know. I think it's fine. And then it also has some like personal significance, which is neat. It is kind of funny though that initially it had nothing to do with the fact that I was the 5th child. It was entirely a dumb joke. So, the fact that it also lines up is a coincidence. You're also one of 5, but you're the oldest? Oh, I see. I'm the youngest, so we're like opposites. Yeah, Carl. I've done a lot of Tears of the Kingdom runs as well. Currently 2nd place in any percent. Yeah, it's a winner.
Svegliati.
As a bog number. Is it indeed?
Svegliati.
Maybe we should visit the bog. Do a quick die % bog run.
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo luogo.
See, player 5 is an excellent Twitch name, except that whenever you search it up, you always get player 57. Wait. Is player 57 like a notable streamer? Remember? Okay, do you guys remember? Wasn't there like... Was it player 2 or player 4? One of them showed up in chat at some point. They were pretty chill. I think that was while I was running all, no, not all Kilton medals. It was all Gleox.
Link.
You're the youngest of 5 as well?
Dirigiti al
We've
luogo
got a
segnato
powerful
sulla
group
mappa
of
della tua
individuals here.
tavoletta sceicca.
Ow. Ow. I didn't get the... Yeah. That's fine. Which of the two do you prefer as far as casual and speedrunning? Breathwild speedrunning and Tears of the Kingdom casual. They say that oldest, middle, third child syndrome repeats after subsequent children. Oh, so it'd be like the first set would be 1, 2, 3, and then I would then be 1, 2. So I'd be the middle. No, I definitely feel like I was the... Yeah, I'm like the youngest child, for sure. Treated as, you know, the youngest. Do I feel overlooked and underappreciated? No, I think if anything...
Svegliati.
Let me think. If anything, I'd feel like I've been pampered more than my other
Quella è una
brothers
tavoletta sceicca.
as the baby.
Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
Yeah, I think the youngest probably is just the youngest. You get a lot of hand-me-downs. Yes. I mean, my entire, like, even now, my entire wardrobe, well, all the blue shirts you see me wearing, or, like, I have the plain gray shirts, those are all hand-me-downs. It's kind of funny, because it's like, also, I think a lot of the pants that I would get would be hand-me-downs for my brothers. Oh yeah, that is a pretty good run as the youngest.
Link. Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa
Yeah, how
della
much did
tua
it
tavoletta
shift
sceicca.
when your sister was born? Dude, like, even to this day, I'm getting some of my brother's, like, old shirts given to me. But yeah, what's really funny is that, like, the shirts that I wear are hand-me-downs for my brother when he was in middle school, I think, right? No, it's not good. I'm getting these, like, micro world loads. Because, yeah, one of my brothers was, like, really tall compared to the rest of us. And so, you know, in middle school, he was as tall as I am now, essentially. But hey, they're good shirts.
Svegliati. Svegliati.
I'm trying to think, like... I don't know. I feel like I
Quella è
was,
una
like, growing
tavoletta
up,
sceicca. Ti
at least
guiderà
from my
dopo
point
il
of view,
risveglio dal tuo
you know, I didn't really ask for that much from like my parents or anything. So I don't know. And there were times, okay, when I was in elementary school, right? And this is a bit of a nitpick, but my brother, or one of my brothers is like 3 years older than me, so we would be going through elementary school at the same time. And so, you know, we got lunch from school, so I'd be able to order like hot lunch. Except when my brother was going to the same school as me, I wouldn't get to pick. So like, you know, I wouldn't choose what meal I was served. It's whatever my brother picked. And that changed once he graduated, because then it's like, I guess my mom didn't want to like fill out 2 different things.
Link.
Did he ever consult me? I don't remember. I mean, for the most part, I think it was we'd be getting the same things anyway. It's just like there were a couple where it was like, well, I actually, what if I wanted to try a different thing? Yo, what's up, crazy? Been doing pretty well, yeah. Appreciate the good luck. I don't know if that works. It does. No Australian schools have that. Yeah, I did go to be fair, you know, I did go to a fairly rich school. We should go climbing again soon. We should, yeah. It's been way too long. See, I think I remember last time I was thinking about like buying a pair of climbing shoes because I think they had some at the gym. I was like, okay, next time I'm gonna see if I can buy some. And then we ended up not going again. But this time, if they have them there, I'll get a pair. We had a cafeteria, but you had to buy from it. Right. Yeah, in high school, you would go and buy it. Well, I guess in elementary school, the way it worked was instead of having the students like buy it like day of, I think it was that you would like sign up and then order the food beforehand. That way, I guess the you don't want small children to have to go and get their own food or something. Well, you would still like, you would get like a ticket, I guess, and then go exchange that for your meal. But it was like already determined beforehand by your parents submitting a thing, what meal you were gonna get. You mostly buy Skittles. Oh yeah, the pizza cart. In high school, there was like, let's see, we had like the cafeteria, and then there was also like a pizza cart that people would buy like pizza and cookies from. I don't think I ever went to it though. Alright, see you, Brentis. You, thank you for the good luck, Theo. How's day 15 going? It's going okay. I think it's like been pretty solid, right? Like there are certain things that I've been doing well today compared to previous days, and just generally, I think the early game parts have been pretty decent. But I also haven't been like putting everything together into like a single run that often. How do you play on 1.6 but also 1.8? This might help. Yeah, good visualization. For the audio-only viewers, that was a Switch 2 that I held up to the camera. So yeah, I have multiple Switches. Do the days kind of blend together after a while? Yeah, they definitely do. I think like especially the last couple of weeks have been kind of like that. I don't know, it's like tough when you're not making any progress. In fact, I feel like I've kind of regressed in a way. But like this last couple of streams, I've realized one or two things that really have helped with consistency. Yo, what's up, Choco? I guess we're pretty privileged. Get free lunch in school. Actually get paid $200 per month. Continue studying after 9th grade. See, that would be cool. Yeah, I feel like a free lunch at schools is like, that's good. But but unfortunately, this is America. How do you downgrade? Well, okay. You can use homebrew to downgrade. So if you have a homebrewed Switch, that works. But if you don't, then you can factory reset your Switch, turn off auto updates, and then play off of a physical cartridge that has the desired version. So, you know, not ideal, but they don't want you playing on earlier versions. Okay, this should be fine. Wait. Okay, that was still a 108. Nice. Hey, good morning, Lodan. Please? Ow. Yeah, if you factory reset, you'll lose your save data on every game and every profile. Unless you make like a cloud backup or something. But that only saves the save file data that you have for whatever account is linked to your online account. So yeah, if you want to try and downpatch it, you know, it's not like a convenient thing. And you really gotta think about whether or not you want to do that. homebrew is, think about it like a jailbroken phone, maybe. Essentially, if you hack your Switch, you can install custom firmware, which allows you to download whatever you want onto your Switch. But that's not something that's easy to do with every kind of Switch, and something you'd need to look up yourself if you want to learn how to do it. Alright, see you doxed.
Svegliati. Svegliati. Quella è una tavoletta sceika. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo luogo.
Alright, well, let's see. Surely we can get some more solid runs in. Surely. Get a liquid run in. I mean, I could go fill my water. How about that? That's actually kind of a good idea. After this reset, I'll take a quick break, fill my water, go to the bathroom.
Svegliati.
Okay, I've seen this. Silly cat trying to drink water. Oh, what a silly cat.
Quella è una tavoletta sceika. Ti guiderà
Yeah,
dopo
Cleo
il
doesn't do that.
risveglio dal tuo luogo.
She successfully drinks water.
Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceika.
All right, we'll. I did say we would take a quick break, so I will BRB. Hey, what's up, Spacio? How about Tablet Chica? I know that one.
Svegliati. Svegliati.
Oh no, the Wi-Fi was gone. What did you do? How do you survive?
Quella è una tavoletta scelta. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo luogo.
There it is, Tablet Chica. I mean, ultimately, I haven't really learned too many words. Even though like I play the game over and over, it's like I just pay less and less attention each time to what's on the screen. Other than what I need to pay attention to.
Link. 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 Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
Not really. I mean, having it be in English, I guess. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, thinking about like doing the Divine Beasts, but at this time, but like because it's in English, be like, oh, there are two, just one, right? So I know what they're saying. And while I can like infer what they're saying based on context in other languages, I don't typically comment on it as much as I do for English. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Otherwise, it doesn't really make a difference. I would say the only times where I actually need to like try and read, like even take all dungeons for example, right? When I talk to the shopkeeper for ST, I'm not reading what like option to select. I just know that if I spam A, then it will be the sell prompt. And then some shopkeepers like you want to sell by selecting like the second option instead. And generally, I would say that's what I remember, rather than, you know, actually looking for which one says sell.
Svegliati.
But yeah, I remember,
Svegliati.
I think when I did Hundo in Russian for like Hundo EX, I ended up losing more time than I saved. It would have been
Quella
more
è una
optimal
tavoletta
to
scelta.
play in English.
Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
Because it really doesn't save that much time. And the killer for that one was that I forgot one of the DLC chests. And so I was like, oh no, what do I do? I've forgotten a side quest. That being said, I also didn't I wasn't prepared, I guess, because that one was very obvious. It was, it had EX in the name, right? So I would have known that it's one of the DLC items if I was thinking about it more. Because initially I was like trying to go through the list to figure out like which like side quest is this. Yeah, I think it was the pants, right? It was whichever one was
Link.
in Farron under the waterfall, or not like under.
Dirigiti al luogo
Actually,
segnato
yeah,
sulla
it
mappa
is
della tua
directly under a
tavoletta
waterfall.
scelta.
I just forgot to get that one. But I was so used to like the previous couple of runs, I didn't miss a single thing. So I was like, okay, I'll clutch up, you know? But the problem was that I think I ended up resetting, maybe, and so because of the reset, I like didn't get practice with the end game. I like had reset multiple days in a row, and so I was out of practice with the end game stuff. Not bad. It went better than it could have for the Maz Koshia fight, I think. But that was, dude, if I had like a couple extra days before I left for Zeldathon, then it would have been easy. But yeah, just another thing was that I didn't have like a save file with the DLC, so I had nothing to like, or not as much as I would like in terms of practice material or practice like saves. Yeah, I'm just gonna grab some extra. Because yeah, if I could between days go and easily practice the final trial skip, then I would have done that. And I don't think there would have been issues. But it's because I went like, you know, multiple days without practicing it. Despite the one practice day being like pretty much a 100% success rate, it was like, okay, well, after leaving it for a few days, the muscle memory and understanding of the trick just leaves. But yeah, I don't know. I think I'm okay with it. I got over it pretty quick. It's just, it was so demoralizing. If I don't know what I would have done if I failed to get the sub 16, was it? Sub 15? No, sub 16, right? Yo, it's a beep. Yeah, I guess that works. Yeah, it's kind of funny because like the first time I tried it, I actually nailed it. I got it first try, which was like when I tried it with the least understanding of what we were doing. It was just like, oh, I've seen people do this. You clip out of bounds, and then you do some number of wind bombs, and then wind bomb this way, and then drop down, and then boom. So I think like the very first run I did, I got it first try, and then I try that the next like 2 runs and fail miserably. It's like, wait, it's not supposed to be this hard. I did it first try. Like, this should be easy peasy. Ow. Yeah. Unfortunate. Yeah, I'll return to Hundo someday. It could be. We'll see. It could be fun to do some Hundo as just like a. Does it work well for viewership on the multi streams? But I don't know how hard it would be to get like a PB. I was just thinking about this the other day, but man, my like regular Hundo PB, not the EX one, has like a failed letter quest in it.
Svegliati.
It's like it was so solid until that point.
Svegliati.
So I was thinking about it. I was like, wait a second. So I got a 1415, right? But the 1415 could have been like
Quella è una tavoletta shaker.
pretty easily, you know, a 1411 or
Ti guiderà dopo il
something.
risveglio dal tuo lungo.
I really don't know what the issue is, because I feel like letter quest, even though it's stupid, it shouldn't be difficult. Like in my head, I don't think I should have ever failed it. I think I should have practiced it more, right? Like gone and done it by itself, as opposed to getting there in runs and then running into like new situations. If I had spent more time just like doing letter quest, I would have familiarized myself with some of the ways you can fail it. It's just like, it's so boring, man. Oh, dude, I forgot about that wind bomb. Yeah. Because I went from like, okay, I can't do this wind bomb to, wait, it's actually pretty easy. And then by the end, I had forgotten how to do it again.
Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta
Hey, what's
shaker.
up, Project Noon? Thank you for the good luck. Yeah, also, that PB was like, I think it was not just the letter quests, but also the frames. Like, you guys were way behind because my internet was dying. So just overall, it was not a great time. Yeah, I forget if I forget it was exactly this run. I know there was definitely one run at least where I failed letter quest and then I like didn't say anything for the next like hour. A spherical projection of a tetrahedron. That sounds pretty cool.
Svegliati.
So when are you gonna do it? You into Pokemon at all or not?
Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo lungo.
Hold up. Where's my... What gave you that idea? Oh yeah, I don't have time for the full bit. Off screen I have a Flaffy, but the Flaffy is a little bit larger. So it's like, I can't really put it on my head as easily, and balancing it on my shoulder is more difficult. Ooh, we got all three of them.
Link.
There we go. But actually, can I...
Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
No. I think I actually lost time, or lost the run to that. No, I thought I could do it. Yo, what's up, Listry? Doing pretty well. Not too shabby. Yeah, the Sleepy Ampharos is amazing. I have like I have 3 different kinds of plushies, I guess, for the 3 evolutions. Or you got Mareep. This is the Sitting Cuties, I believe, is the line of Pokemon plushies. This one is the Sleeping. Actually, I don't know what these ones are called, but I've got a bunch of these guys. Like, here's Charmander. Here's Victini. And then for Flaffy, they like don't sell Flaffy plushes. So like the rest I think were from Nintendo or, you know, PokemonCenter.com. But Flaffy, it was an ordeal. I mean, I could have at any point probably bought a Flaffy plushie, but I was like, surely I can get an official one. That Victini is awake. Yes. Yeah. Sleeping with its eyes open, maybe. Oh, I didn't watch the direct. But I think I saw somebody mention there wasn't Duskblood, like, news. Which is interesting. Yeah, it was the partner direct. So, like, there was gonna be nothing about, you know, first party games. Like, you know, there wasn't going to be any Zelda news because that's just not the
Dirigiti al
direct
luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta
what it was
sceicca.
focused on. But yeah, I don't remember when they announced this. All of a sudden, people were just like, "Oh, there's a partner direct." I actually saw it, which, you know, it just goes to show I stay up too late. I had opened up YouTube and was like, "Oh, there's like, what was it? Was it 17K people waiting?" Right, because they had the waiting room for the video for the broadcast up. It's like that begins in 40 minutes. So I could watch it live if I wanted. And then I didn't because I figured it was not going to have anything interesting. Or if it did have something interesting, I don't mind seeing it later. Like, I'll just wait. Unless there's like, I don't know, something crazy. Or that I would expect there to be some important announcement for like Mario or Zelda. I don't think I'll sit through a full direct. Or just like wait. Yo, it's a Betsy. Let's see, what Pokemon games do I like? I mean, I've played all of them for the most part.
Svegliati.
My favorite gen is Gen 3, but
Svegliati.
for the most part, I think your favorite generation of Pokemon is whichever one you initially played. So,
Quella è una tavoletta
otherwise, I
sceicca.
mean, I like them all.
Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
I would say the flaws with Pokemon and how they design games is more apparent the later you go. Otherwise, like, I enjoy them all. You know, Scarlet and Violet had its problems, but it was still enjoyable. Hop on Cobble. We're gonna start building cities. Need gym badges. That's true, actually. Yeah, I might be able to hop on later, but I'll have to. Try and eat quick. Good afternoon, Red Skies.
Link. Link. Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
Okay, that'll probably do. Oh, actually, tomorrow I don't think I'm streaming. Because I need to go get my OLED. So, yeah, I will be going and getting that tomorrow at some point. So, probably no stream. In which case, I can probably hop on Cobblemon. So, like, even if I don't get on tonight. No stream. So, yeah, I need to get the OLED back to see if maybe that could help with load times or something. And so I've been putting it off for, like, honestly, at this point, 3 weeks probably. Because, yeah, it's probably... It would take a minimum of, like, 2 or 3 hours. Which is why it's like, well, if I'm gonna go and get it, you know, I should probably just schedule some sort of hangout with my friends. And so I think they're available tomorrow. We'll see.
Ooh.
But I've decided that I am gonna get the OLED tomorrow, so even if, like, not all of us can make it, I will make the trip myself. Yeah, Zipzeller. Can't you just Uber it? I don't know. Does that work? I don't really use, like, Uber ever. Dude, imagine, you're like, okay, can somebody, or try to pay somebody to, like, bring your Switch OLED. I guess, like, around an hour to an hour and a half to your house. And then not steal it. A house in the desert? No. No, I live in a a pretty normal place. It was a partners direct. So it's like, I think the thing people would have been most excited for is like Duskbloods. The new like FromSoft game. But there wasn't any chance for like a Mario announcement. Or similar. Yo, thank you, Wiz. Started watching the Fallout series. I think my family is watching that. I don't really know anything about Fallout. Yo, Coda, thank you for the 15-month resub. On day 15. Quite the coinky dink. It was the Mandela effect. We actually all hallucinated it. I'm sorry, Elden Ring on a Switch too? Don't be ridiculous. You think you could ever get it to run on a Switch? A portable console? Made by Nintendo? I do wonder, like, was it a lot worse than they were expecting and they just made the announcement thinking like, oh, we'll probably be able to get this functional? and then just like failed. Hello, a dual vision. Stop it. Stop it. Okay, so I try to go for the ESC, right? And then it didn't clip me through, so I got like sometimes the skew can like push you away in weird ways. So I got pushed all the way off of the pillar. And for some reason, I like managed to fall all the way down while like skewed. So you can see I land while sideways. I certainly wasn't expecting that. Okay, I need to get rid of something. What is this? Oh, yeah, that one's pretty interesting. Oh, this was the weird, like, Link's limbs were acting all funny. Like, that's his foot, I think. Yeah, right there. That's his foot. Alright. Dude, the thing is, I would get rid of all this blindfolded stuff, but it's also like, but it's the blindfolded stuff. Okay, what are these? This is Raken Lake, so is this like... Okay, this was the proof of concept. Are these all the same? No, okay, this was me checking, like, could you do 0 BLSS? I think. And you could, in theory. Okay, we'll just do this. Surely that will clear me for a bit. You can't get rid of blindfolded stuff, right? At the same time, it is probably all stuff we'll never look back at. Well, maybe not never, but if there's any like redundant stuff, then I only really need to keep the latest one, presumably. Alright, have a night, MZ. How long did 100% practice take me? What do you mean? So it took me about a month to memorize the route fully. So like to get to the point where I did not need to look at the route document to see where to go next ever. But like every single run that I did or like stream that I did was practice, technically.
Svegliati.
So I don't know. I did hundo for, or I've done 100% speedruns for like
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca.
maybe 6
Ti
months.
guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo Link. 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 Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
Alright, let's see. I think this might be the last attempt. We'll see. Why can't you just do Amiibo at any time? So you don't have access to the Amiibo rune until you finish your first shrine. And so we picked the earliest available opportunity to scan Amiibo so that you're doing the like RNG portion of the run as soon as you can. But yeah, you could also like scan Amiibo right after the slide to mag if you wanted. Technically, menuing wise, that's a little bit more optimal, but it's awkward to scan by mag because there isn't as much like open space by the like clip spot. And so you don't want to be in a situation where you're like accidentally picking up a fish because it's where you're trying to do the shield jump from. Yo, what's up, Tro? Let's see, is a Prime sub or YouTube Premium better? I guess it would depend on how much you watch with YouTube Premium. It's like a Prime sub is a flat amount. So you could imagine, like, if you watched every single one of my streams fully, then the amount I'm making from like Premium is probably more. But I have no idea what the math is for that. And then when you factor in, like, what they have... I think they reduced the amount of money that people make from Primes at some point. And I have no idea. I forget what it was. It's like based on location, right? So if somebody primes from, like, I think the example was maybe Turkey. But there were locations where if you Twitch primed from there, you'd get, like, no money. Which is kind of funny to look at. But yeah, I don't remember. It's like less than a normal sub, but it's still probably fairly nice. Well, considering it's an included perk that a lot of people have. Yo, what's up, Ellis Sterwin? That's cringe on Amazon's part. They're,
Ooh.
if they could get rid of Twitch Primes, they would. But at this point, if they did that, I think too many people would be mad. Ow.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate it. It is an interesting, like, thing to think about. At what point? Because it's like you don't get money from, you know, a subscriber on Twitch. Or you get the amount of money that they pay, right? Or a percentage of the amount of money they pay for the subscription. But then those users don't get shown ads. And so, you know, Twitch is also, like, they make money from the subscription, but they don't get to show them ads. And so, yeah, there is a point where, like, having somebody not subscribed but watching ads is, like, more efficient, where it gets more money. Technically. What? Wait, that was 114 as well? That's crazy. I got scammed. And yeah, presumably, like, subscribing is... should be, more efficient. In most cases. Hello, Ram and Denki. Will I bring XP? I don't know. I mean, probably. I haven't fully committed though. Super good boy.
corpo di Ganon è pervaso da un rancore maligno. In questo stato è invulnerabile a qualsiasi attacco. Tenterò di contrastare questo rancore maligno, ma non resisterò. Tu colpisci dove brilla. Buona fortuna, Link. Vigila la luce! Ganon si sta indemolendo!
Good morning, Earth Redacted. Water park. Hello, Miguel. It's going alright. This is the last run, though. So, ending on a little bit of a slow run. So that's fine. It wouldn't have been slow if I got uploaded the
Funziona in
Probably.
difficoltà!
I mean, I lost like what, 40 seconds on Castle. Oh, thank you.
Ancora un po'! Lo abbiamo quasi sconfitto! Link! Guarda la sua testa! Finiscilo, Link!
Well. It is what it is. Thank you for the GGs. Not too bad. I would say like today's runs were okay. There were some good attempts in there, some not as good attempts in there. Watch non-stop Roblox action on Twitch and earn exclusive rewards. Okay, this is my first time seeing the thing. That is kind of obnoxious. They're really pushing for it. Alright, well anyway, thank you all for watching. GG's. I will send you guys all off to Al Moist Goulash for some more any percent. So, oh, Alex, thank you for the prime. Right at the end, thank you. Wait. Hold up. He's got an emote. Well,
Ti ho osservato tutto questo tempo.
that was Control B, not Control V.
Il tuo
Alright,
destino.
the raid message will
La
be
tua
good luck
sofferenza.
saving
Le tue
Ajuma.
battaglie.
That is the
Per
raid
questo.
message.
Ho sempre saputo che un giorno saresti riuscito
but yeah.
a sconfiggere la calamità Ganon.
Appreciate you all. I'll be back. Oh, actually, I won't be back tomorrow,
Grazie.
probably. I'll be back on Saturday. Because I'm getting the OLED tomorrow.
Eroe di...
Yeah. Bye.
Ti ricordi? Ti ricordi di me?